Not a sponsor. What's going on, bud? I saw you were live just now. I don't know why I didn't check our internal group. Oh, you are? Okay. Well, yeah, I would say it's almost it's 11 o'clock there, so that makes sense. Let's see. Let's do loading sounds tonight. Let's do loading sounds tonight. Oh, man. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Jen to the Gunas. Hi, how's it going? Cool. You're gay. Dude, I like gay people. You're more than welcome to hang out. What's going on, man? Thank you, Penny. I know that Jesus loves me. I actually have a really good relationship with Jesus. He and I are buddies. Tyler White, what's going on? You're gay too? Dude, that's awesome. That is awesome. All gay people are more than welcome to come to this channel. I dig it, man. Cool. I'm all for it. I am in full support of the gays. Austin. Oh, dude, you owe me a punch. I looked at your profile pic again, man. Got me again. Did you see all the gay people coming in and saying that they're gay? I think it's great, man. Be open. Be gay. Be proud. At least you know that you're gay. I think that's incredible. I know, right? No, I 100% agree, Penny. I am a firm believer in Christianity, and I welcome my relationship with the Lord, and I think it's great. I'm glad to see so many people. What's the folding bipod? This one? Tyler? Right here? I'm gonna just hold this position because it's super comfortable. It's like the best position to be in. Yeah, that one. It is I don't know, some cheap one that I got on Amazon. I buy a lot of Amazon stuff. It is a Bezrillion. That's actually one of the things that I do is I test the ever living hell out of stuff from Amazon, and I let you know if it's legit or if it's not. So, if there's ever a product you want me to test, I'm as my the next time I'm able to, my next set of parts that I'm buying on Amazon are gonna be I'm gonna buy one of those, not one of those super cheap ACOGs. There's a $300 ACOG that kind of looks like a spaceship. I'm buying that one and testing it on my big AR, the one I just pointed at. That's my 6.5 Creedmoor, and then my little AR to see what it goes like. Sorry, I'm also sharing my stream. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could have flipped it around, but that's the direction that the font goes in. So that's just, I was like, this is what seems natural to me. So, I mean, I have a little bit of experience shooting. Been doing it for like 35 years, so I figured I'm probably doing it right. Meth Man, hey, what's going on? Handguns. I've got two, one right here, and then I have another Pez dispenser that you cannot see. So I don't know what I did on Facebook, but I am running into an issue where I can't post things. It is not letting me post anything. I asked them the same question. The guys that came in and said that they were gay, I asked them the same question. None of them responded. Chente and Lagunas. Tyler's still here. Tyler, you came in and said gay, so I assume that was a declaration. I'm glad I answered your question. Oh, cool. That's Aero Precision. So I bought the lower from Aero Precision. I actually bought the upper, or the parts for the upper. Denelson, sorry, I don't speak Portuguese, but I saw that you were from Brazil. I think he pulled it back, and he's going to try to translate it. And then the upper is a parts kit that I ordered from. I tell everybody, check out Delta Team Tactical. They're based here in Utah, and they have really good deals on some pretty good name parts, like, at least in my opinion. I think Aero Precision, if you're going to build stuff from scratch, I think Aero Precision is probably one of the better ones that you can go with. Denelson, I'm sorry, I don't speak Portuguese. I can kind of prohibited in Brazil. What's Fusil? Somebody want to do it. If I do it, it jacks up my stream. One of my moderators translate that for me. I know he's saying something is prohibited in Brazil. Just translate Fusil. I think that is saying one of them. There's a type. There he is. There's Ride Along. So, Meth Man, did you have a question about my pistols? Did you want to talk about them? Did you have questions about pistols? Like I said, I know a little bit about this stuff. I'm trying to figure out why my account on Facebook is currently locked. Like, it's not locked, but I can't post anything in groups. Oh, okay. Apparently I have a... Okay. Denelson, which rifles prohibited? Is it the ARs? Are the ARs prohibited? What's up, Simba? What's up, buddy? Regular guys that are here all the time. Hi. I was trying to answer a question. I would have... Okay. That kind of stuff. You guys can own. That's not entirely true. Actually, I think Brazil isn't too bad when it comes to some firearm ownership. Denelson, are you in Brazil? You guys can own pistols, right? Pistolas? Pistoles? I can't remember what it is in Portuguese. I know a little bit of Spanish. Oh, yeah. Like I said, there aren't many things that piss me off. Although somebody did piss me off today. Somebody did. Okay. What about, I have no idea how to say shotgun. Like this one. Denelson. Right here. Shotgun. I don't know. One of my favorite videos is that one of the female police officer that's off duty and somebody like does something like tries to snatch a kid and she just pulls her Taurus out of her purse and just and totally unalives him. So, Recon Remy, what's my favorite animal to hunt? Okay, that's actually a really cool question. C. Yes. What's my favorite animal to hunt? Great question, Recon. So, my favorite animal to hunt. You guys are going to laugh at this. My favorite animal to hunt is wild pig. All right? Because it's one of the few animals that, like even hunting bear. I've hunted bear, I've hunted moose, I've hunted caribou, I've hunted deer, I've hunted ducks and geese and things like that. Wild pigs are the only ones that come after you. Nice. That's what the one that's right here is. You can't see it all the way, but I can here. It's not a 5-inch barrel. It's an 8.5. But I've got a 9mm AR right here with an 8.5-inch barrel. It has a 1.5-inch device. It's because dude. Admittedly, hunting gophers is really fun. I've hunted like ground squirrels and gophers. Hey, there are 38 people in the chat. Let's all give yourselves a round of applause. That's awesome. Thank you for coming in. And if you guys would be so awesome as to hit a thumbs up, and seriously, if you guys are interested in firearms, interested in jokes and satire, like I do that kind of stuff. That is what my whole channel is about. It's about making people laugh, making people feel good, having a good time, not taking things too seriously. Firearms, being a dad. If that is something you're interested in, please consider. Thanks, Ken. Welcome. This is the good night, Denelson. Good night, my good friend from Brazil. I hope you come back and see us and look at my other videos. This is usually as early as it gets, but I hope to see you again. If you want to hit that subscribe button, guys. If you like guns, you like jokes, you like not taking things too seriously, you like having a good time, that is what my whole channel is about. I don't get offended by things hardly at all. Thanks, Recon. You're awesome. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate it. Like, you guys can even go look at my videos and see some of the comments. Even some of the really rude people that are out there. Dude, I still give them a thumbs up. If you want to engage with me, engage with me. If you don't like me, that's fine. I'll still give you a thumbs up. I'll still have fun. I might start to have fun at your expense. If you are a complete jerkin tool, but I'm in Utah. It works out really well because it's part of my name. Thank you, Recon. I appreciate that. I always like hearing that I make people laugh. Thanks, Nick. I appreciate it. I'm trying. I've had this channel for like 12 years. Jonathan Fairbanks is in Utah. I've had this channel for like 12 years, but I only recently started like in January, mid-January, I started kind of trying to do content. So I was like, this is kind of nice. It's kind of therapeutic. And like the subscribers that I have, the people that are on here, and people like you, like it's just been great. You've been really supportive, and it's been a lot of fun. I love interacting with you guys in the chat. Tyler, 2A is good here. Yes, it is not like Colorado. Hey, did you guys know that Colorado, they've changed so many different laws? They're actually in an effort right now to change the state anthem. Did you guys hear about Colorado wanting to change their state anthem? I can play it for you. The proposed new state anthem for Colorado. Ready? Here it comes. Just, can't you just feel Colorado in your veins and heart? There you go. Colorado state anthem right there. Timothy, welcome to the channel, man. I'm glad that I got you to cry in a good way, and a laughing good way. No, but seriously, like, so they passed SB 25003, which is a gun ban. They're working on passing laws to make it so that you can't buy ammo. They are working on a law now that says that if you do not affirm your child's gender alignment, whatever it is, it's gender dysphoria. They're just calling it something else. There is a magazine ban, semi-auto ban. If you don't affirm your child's required gender, then the state can actually take your children. CPS can come take your children away. Oh, so it was the last day for him to sign it. So now what he's going to do is, if he didn't sign it, it's just going to stay there and become law anyways. So that's another thing in Colorado state legislature. If it sits on the desk waiting after 90 days, if he doesn't sign it, it still just becomes law because he hasn't vetoed it at that point. It's law by default. So that's what he's doing, is he's not signing it, you know. Huzzmaster, what's going on, bud? Hey, welcome. Do you like guns and funny stuff and not taking things seriously? Said hi. I said hi. You're awesome. Hit that thumbs up, please. No, that's just the one that I have up here. I usually have my pistols. I decided to try something a little different. Right now, my favorite gun is my AK. So I have a Chinese AK, everybody. It's really awesome. It's post 1986, but it's pre 1990. Dude, I don't know. I have been sending. Was it only 10 days? I thought that it became law anyways. MDeck, you'll have to refresh me. That's what I thought I heard Nick at Big Timber Lodge saying, is that he's probably not going to sign it. He's just going to wait for it to default and become law anyways. Okay, yeah. So that's exactly what he did. Freaking pansy. At least stand by what he actually believes in. Betta, I don't know. I have written to a lot of my state leaders. What's up, Jesus? See, I told Penny that I had a relationship with Jesus, and here he is. He's here in the chat. She was asking, she said, I hope that you have a wonderful day and that your relationship with Jesus is wonderful. And I said, it is. Yeah. Yeah, most states that aren't, Tyler, most states that aren't completely commie, that's the case. Hey, we're up to 53, guys. Keep hitting the thumbs up. We'll keep drawing people in. We'll keep talking. If you want to share this, if you've got buddies that are into guns and Fat dudes that like to make jokes about themselves and other people because the First Amendment's a thing. Share, because that'll be cool. Um, you're welcome, Recon. Hey, thanks for stopping by, bud. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the like. Uh, welcome to the party. I'm pretty fat. I just cover it really well. It was made in Narinko, Rungun. That's why it's a Narinko. I'm just giving you shit. No, it's made in Narinko, in China, but I only do skeet at family reunions, Ken. Xavier, welcome. Yeah, I hope it's the same. Las Vegas, Arizona, and Utah. Here's my concern with states like with Nevada, Utah, and Arizona, is they all kind of fluctuate. Like I know Utah's usually pretty solid red in terms of like the overall politics, but there's certain little Bill. What's going on? I've not seen a switch gun. Why can't you see what? Well, okay, sorry. Blue check, dude. What's going on? Thank you. Awesome. I appreciate it. I do like the gun. Thank you for inviting me to that, Chanson. I have like 4 things now with like YouTube creators, and it's awesome to like be part of that group. The orange thing. That's my super cheap optic, Meepkin, buddy. I agree with Xavier, and I think as long as you have people like freaking Mark Kelly as a senator, and is it Gutierrez? Ad through music. What's up from Cali? Hey Cali. Hey Ad. I'm sorry. We are at 66 watching right now, everybody. That is like a record. Thank you. It just dropped to 48. Scared everybody. I think is it Gutierrez or I can't remember. He's the guy who's like, I'm a former Marine. Blah 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 blah. The switch gun by I actually used to own a Star. I used to own a Fire Star by Star. So I might look into that. I like Star. Star is imported and they're Spanish guns, so they're pretty good stuff. Shoot, I feel. Why can't we see what Austin? What can't you see? Run gun. It was imported though by. I can't remember. I think it's ONT from California. I think it was imported through California by a company called ONT. Dude, Ken, we're happy to have you here. Yeah, it's frustrating. Like I'm not a Marine, but I am in the Air Force, and like it's frustrating because I have a cousin that's in the Marines. I have friends that are in the Marines. Like Marines are some of the coolest people that you'll ever meet. Bill, thank you, dude. I will check that out. Actually, I'm gonna have Run Gun. Who else? Dude, go for it, Recon. Do it. I will never tell anybody to not join the military. I don't care what branch it is. I think there are things that you learn and experiences that you have going into the military that you won't get anywhere else, even if it's just for a couple years. I also tell everyone to steel yourself because there's quite a bit of leadership, upper level leadership in the military now that's appointed by less conservative individuals. Oh yeah. Yeah. Whenever I read something, it's like, as a veteran, whatever comes out of their mouth next is usually dog shit. So do it, Recon. Don't cut yourself short. Like if you love it, I tell like it's hard to beat being in the military. I tell people all the time. I've been in the military for almost 10 years. That they do, Vault-Tec. That they do. Especially when you're around open flame and if you've had like Everclear. You should definitely smoke after you drink Everclear. Yeah. So fun fact, that was actually what I did almost all day today. I got some information, I was waiting, and I put in for, I'm an enlisted dude, I'm an E6, and I put in for, the Air Force just started doing warrant officers for cyber, and I was told that I was actually eligible to apply. I'm sorry to hear that, Ken, but I am grateful for men that are willing to pay that ultimate sacrifice, because nobody wants to. We're willing to, but obviously none of us want to. But my heart goes out to you and your family, and to his sacrifice. I'll never speak ill of someone who's paid that price. But yeah, I submitted today all my documentation and paperwork to hopefully commission as a warrant officer, which the Air Force has only had for about 6 months that we've been doing it. So I'm hoping that happens. I'm old, but I know a lot. It's only cyber people. I don't have the most certificates. I have a decent amount of education. I've got a master's degree. I've got some certificates, but I have a lot of real world knowledge. So I'm hoping that counts something. Guys, we just hit 71 watching. That is an all new record. Thank you. If you're in the chat, if you guys will hit thumbs up, if you guys have enjoyed some of the content that I've been putting out, if that's why you're here, thank you. You're the reason why I keep doing this, because I don't get paid. I am not monetized. I'm trying, because then I can like go and buy ammo and do more like real content and buy cool new guns and just make them part of the goofy videos that I do. And I do go to the range. I just don't go very often because it's the only ranges near me are indoor ranges, so it's kind of boring. All you see is like me going, and that's it. You don't see me running around. But you guys can help make that be more worthwhile, more regular to happen. So thank you. You guys are awesome. I'm serious. I'm feeling a little bit emotional right now because I've never been going this long and had this many people on my stream. I did not. My truck started acting up, dude. I started my truck. My check engine light had been on. It went on on Thursday afternoon, and I didn't make it to the dealership on Friday. And then it went off, and then it went back on, and so I was like, I'm not gonna risk driving it. So I had to work on my truck. I did a couple of things to it, and I was able to get it to kind of go off, but I have an appointment that I needed to take it into my dealership. So I was like, I'd rather not risk it. Yeah, I can't afford to buy a new truck right now. I don't wanna mess with that. But the next time we can all meet up and go to Stanbury. So I got this bag. For those of you that are interested, I'm not sponsored by anybody. Like I said, I don't make any money. Nobody gives me free stuff. If I buy anything, or if you see me with anything that's new, if I say I'm doing something new, it's because I paid out of pocket. Because I'm fine with people sponsoring me if they want to. I'm just not going to. I don't know how long they're going to sponsor me because I'm not going to fluff my review of their stuff. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to kind of be a dick about it. I'm going to treat it the way that I would if I was using it. This bag is from Amazon. It's called MTAC. They have two types of bags. They have an elite bag, which is a little bit bigger, and it's like $70. This one is like $30, $35. It's pretty good. It's a little small. I don't mind it. But what I like about these is there's not a great big, I could cut off this MTAC badge and nobody would notice that I did that. But I like that it's not real huge and it just kind of looks like, nope, I wouldn't. I'd be like, what the hell am I supposed to do with a $1 bill? Dude, I've military. I've shot the M17 and M18 a lot. Like a lot. And I don't have a problem with the SIG M17 and M18. I know that SIG's a hot topic. I know that the P320 model is something that people talk about. I think it's more isolated to earlier builds and specifically the models that don't have the external safety. The M17 and the M18 have the external safety. And so I think that helps mitigate a lot of the issues. But again, most of the video that I've seen of the SIG going off, like one, it has to be dropped in a really specific way, and two, the ones that go off, they never go off while somebody's like holding it, just holding it like this with their booger hooker off the bangy switch. It's always like when they, right after they put it into their holster, or right after they do something, and then it goes off. And so whenever it goes off in a holster, I am of the opinion it's probably user error. Because I haven't seen too many guns that's been in somebody's holster and they've been running around doing everything and nothing's happened, and all of a sudden it just goes off all on its own. It's always right after they put it in their holster. And then they move quickly, or something about how they put it in, like before their hand's even off it. Exactly. I think there's a little bit of fault in the design, but I think more so it's user error. What's my favorite handgun? Okay, my favorite handgun, if I could own any handgun right now, it would be probably an FN57. If not an FN57, I would probably go with something in 10 millimeter. I love 10 millimeter. It's one of my favorite rounds that's existed. My favorite handgun that I own right now is I have a compact PSA dagger, and I usually run a 17 round magazine as my primary, and then I have a 15 round and a spare 17 round. So I do have a Hollow Sun optic on 2 of my PSA daggers. I haven't had any issues with my PSA daggers.
Head to bed.
Okay, love you, buddy.
Love you too.
I haven't had any issues with my PSA daggers. I have about 300 rounds through each one of them. So there's that. I know that's not a lot. That's one of the things I'm kind of hoping. If anybody has any connections with any ammo sponsors, please let them know. I would love to do like a 1,000 round straight PSA torture test. I want to take all 3 of mine and just run 1,000 rounds through them, through each of them in one sitting, and record the whole thing. Like do a one take of all 3. Because I really want to I want to see how far it'll go. I want to see what the accuracy's like. After that 1,000 rounds, like I want to do some straight target shooting beforehand, and then I want to do 1,000 rounds, and then I want to do another mag right afterwards and see what kind of accuracy I still get. In theory, the barrels on PSAs, they should last up to like 5,000. I love the compact. Xavier. I have the compact Pez dispenser very close to my heart right now. So I really want to do that. So yeah, thanks everybody in the chat. That's encouraging. Encouraging the double tap on the screen or the thumbs up on your computer. If you like what we're talking about, if you like goofiness, if you like dads that stand up for their kids and don't put up with all the woke shit in the world, this is the right place for you. If you're not sure if this is the right place for you, click on my name at the bottom of this screen and go watch the video on my channel that says, "We belong together." I promise, you will not be sorry. If nothing else, you'll laugh. I don't know, there are not many videos I think that I've published that are not specifically meant to make you laugh. And I think even the ones that aren't meant to make you laugh, they usually end up, I think, making people laugh because there's something in them that's inappropriate or whatever. Tell your brother I also said hi, Ken. I've heard... So I want to try Faceless Father. What's up, buddy? Welcome tonight. My cousin actually has, I don't think he has the Rock 5.7, he has the Ruger 5.7. I want the actual FN 5.7. I've shot it before, and I am not exaggerating when I say if it's sighted in properly, if you've got a red dot on it, you can plink steel at 100 yards, like easy. Oh no, 100% serious about being gay if you carry unchambered. Like if you're carrying unchambered, you are definitely a pole smoker. You might not realize that you're a pole smoker, but you are definitely a pole smoker. But there are lots of people that are pole smokers that run with one in the chamber. And see, those are the guys that are content with who they are, what they're about, and they don't even care. They know, I'm going to carry them around in the chamber, and I'm going to smoke another dude's pole. They love it, and I love dudes like that. They're awesome. I have lots of buddies that are like that. I've got a buddy down in Arizona. He's a realtor, total gun dude. He and his husband, awesome guys. Love them to death. Known him for like almost 20 years now. Great guy. Great guy. Still carries around in the chamber. I did not go see the Minecraft movie, but my daughter did. Riley, my older daughter, she did. So, yeah. But just because you don't carry around in the chamber doesn't mean that you can't come here. We had a couple people. Dude, the Beretta M9 is super solid. The 92 FS, it is, my dad, that's his everyday carry. My dad carries a full-size freaking 92 FS Beretta M9. Hey, Fillmore, what's going on, buddy? And he doesn't even care. That's what he shot for freaking 20 years. I do, Robert. Hey, welcome to the channel, bud. I have a PSA Dagger Micro, and it has the extended slide with the ports, the integrated ports built into the slide. So it shoots flat and nice. I have ammo that's called it's Novex Extreme Engagement Plus P. It's an extremely light polymer based ammo, and it shoots flat and it shoots straight, and it's really good. Do you guys should I become Zesty Fud? Who wants to see Zesty Fud online? Who wants Zesty Fud? Do I have to go full Zesty Fud, or can I just put on the hat and be the Zesty Baba Yaga? Is that cool? Zesty Fud or Zesty Baba Yaga? What do you guys want? What does the chat want? What kind of zesty man do you guys want? Okay? What are we gonna do? Yes, I'm gonna do someone zesty, Fillmore. I'm just trying to feel out the chat what they want. For those of you that don't know, Zesty is one of the if you're just plinking, dude, here's what I tell everybody. Whatever you're gonna plink with, use whatever you need to do to become proficient with, like your basics and everything like that. But when you're shooting and you're trying to really hone in your skills, it's expensive. Shoot whatever you plan to carry, either at night or when you're walking around. I carry different ammo in my home. Yes, I'm that guy. I have a different magazine for my house than I do when I go out. P365 is awesome, Ken. Go for it. Sig P365 is solid. So is the 226. So I highly advocate, Robert, for practicing whatever it is. At some point, put a couple mags of whatever you carry through that at the range when you practice. You definitely want to do that. Okay, guys. All right, you asked for it. Oh, Zesty. The Zesty Fud is here. The Zesty French Baba Yaga. Bob isn't gay. You say that, but you don't act that way, Bob. You protest too much, good sir. Monsieur. Yeah, the Zesty Fud is here. He's here. He's showing you a good time. You want to go out and have a good time? You want to meet me up close and personal? You just carry a pistol and knife. Carry it at night with no round in the chamber. You don't chamber around. That's okay. I like it. You make it easier to get you. No, Zesty Fud does not like it when you carry around in the chamber. I can catch you when you don't expect it. You don't have. You don't have a chance. You don't have a chance to click click click. And I jump up and I touch you. So for those of you that don't know, Zesty authorized personnel on the Saber Day guys. I'm excited. I own 3 daggers. Okay, I own 3 daggers. I don't have a problem with PSA daggers. My biggest thing that I tell everybody, because they give me shit online, they make comments and they're like, oh man, look at your nut glocks, your poverty state arms. I'm like, okay, well I paid less for mine than you did as a platform, and then I replaced half the parts in it anyways like you did, so. But it being a steel frame instead of a polymer frame, and it looks like they've put a, yeah, I have one. Authorized personnel. I have one right here. I have a C1. It's got the comp built into it with the longer slide. I also have the hollow sun built into it, the 407K. Dude, it's solid. The micro dagger is solid. I've never shot a Canic. Okay, so here's what I've seen. I've seen a lot of Canics and I've seen them up front. By the way, everybody that is interested, go and check out Muzzle Broke. Muzzle Broke's website. He is giving away a Canic and a knife if you just go comment on one of his videos. There's a video that says knife and gun giveaway. When you get a chance, go check out his video that says knife and gun giveaway. That's Muzzle Broke. And all you have to do is throw your email or your Instagram. Yeah. Best first handgun. So, Hayden, I would say go to a range, rent a couple of guns that you're interested in, and make sure they don't have a red dot. Always learn. I'm going to take this one from my buddy, also a YouTuber, FV Ordnance. He's a good guy. You learn how to shoot with iron sights on a pistol, and go practice a couple of different sizes and frames and styles, because everybody's a little bit different. Like, once you learn how to shoot well on a specific type of frame, then you can start exploring. And good night, Silas. Good night, buddy. Then you can start exploring, like, do I want to change frames? Do I want to look at getting into Run Gun Beardless? Good night. Oh, you're saying good night, Silas. Sorry. Then you can start kind of exploring if you want to get into different styles. Like, if you want to if you want to start with a 1911, if you want to try a striker fired pistol, if you want to try Taurus or Glock or Canic or Walther, if you want to try a high point. I'm never gonna dog on anybody's first-hand experience, and go and just shoot and have fun. Don't worry about, like, as long as you're at home. CZ's also incredible. Like, it really it matters what you're willing to spend money on, how much time you're willing to spend at the range, and how much time you're going to spend becoming proficient. Because it doesn't matter how fancy a pistol you have, it doesn't matter how much shit you have on it to make it more competitive and have ports and make it lighter and be super smooth. If you can't hit anything, it doesn't matter. You're going to be better off spending money on ammo and practicing than the guy who goes and says, buy $3,000 optics for your $200 pistol. I think the comp helps. My daughter, she loves that pistol. My 16-year-old she loves that small pistol. She thinks it's smooth. She has no problem shooting it. I've got video of her first time shooting that pistol. She's a little nervous around it still, so she gets nervous and closes her eyes, but she likes the way it feels. Thank you, Steve. You're awesome. The fact that I don't know if you've been lurking in the background or whatever, but I love my Norinco. It's amazing. It's fair, Xavier. I have a few. It's heavy. So most of the videos I do, I'm sure you've seen, most of my videos I do at home. I don't go to the range very often because I have a budget for every month on ammo that I can spend. And I have plenty of ammo, but I also have ammo for my house. Peter, I have done airsoft. I don't own any airsoft. That's actually another great thing that I tell people. If you want to learn really good trigger discipline, I think it's good, authorized. My daughter, who's 16, that's the gun that she really enjoys, and she really likes the way that my C1 feels compared to my full size and compared to my compact. She thinks it feels the best and that it shoots the flattest and the softest. So, yeah, what I was gonna say is for airsoft, doing airsoft, like buying a decent airsoft pistol or AR or whatever subgun, that is a great way to get dry fire practice, and it's also a good way to get discipline and to build tactics and things like that. The weight is a little off, but the fundamentals are there. And I've seen a lot of people who have transitioned from airsoft to pistol. Like there's a dude in Japan who's been on a couple of videos, and he only shoots airsoft in Japan, and he comes to the US and he just smokes people that have been shooting for years because of how much he shoots airsoft at home. Dang, Steve. Steve's got a lot of shit, guys. He's got some cool stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Beretta or Sig? I've shot them both about the same, because I only started shooting the Beretta when I moved to an operations-based role in the Air Force, and then like 5 years later, Pewin. I'm just gonna call you Dewey. Dewey, yes, I like this. It's small, it's compact, it doesn't scream I'm wearing a Pez dispenser. Thank you, Winter. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. That's what I'm here for, to make people laugh. I haven't tried a 945. I have just like a cheap, I don't have it in here, it's upstairs in my bedroom. I've shot the PX4. The PX4 is an underrated pistol. It's a good price. It's solid. But I also think high points are underrated pistols. Like, people don't like to hear me say that, but there's a reason that like influencers and stuff on YouTube, like they have tortured them, they have shot them, they have done all kinds of things to them, and none of them will say, do not buy this gun, it's garbage and it sucks and you should never own one. There's a reason that they all say, I hate how well this lasts under torture. Yeah. How does military time work? It's a 24-hour clock. It's a 24-hour time. They are ugly. Dude, I've shot plenty of M&P 20s. What's up, Bruno? M&P 2.0s. They're great. One of my buddies on here, that's what his carry is if he hops on. His name is Prepared Father. He's another 1700 is 5 p.m. So 0-100 is midnight, and then it's all the way up until 1200 is noon. Beta. So 0100 is 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. So it's pretty normal the first 12 hours, and then whatever it is, every hour you just add an hour, and so then it's just +1. So instead of doing a 12-hour clock in AM PM, 1300 is 1, 1600 is 4. So you're doing 4 plus 12. But yeah, Prepared Father, that's what he has. He has a staccato also, but he carries an M&P 2.0, and I think his wife does as well, and loves it. Loves it. I like military. All my clocks in my truck and stuff, and on my phone, it's all military time. Oh, somebody asked me about Taurus. I'm sorry I didn't answer your question right away. I used to carry a Taurus. I carried a PT 111 G2C 24/7. It was like a huge long name. It was a two-tone. Dude, it was solid. It was good. And that's what I was going to say about Canik. From everything that I've seen of Canik, the way it looks to be built, I actually think it's a lot like a Taurus. Some people aren't going to like that I said that, but I've shot a lot of Taurus. And Shadow 2. Is that like a Shadow Systems Steve? Or is it a Wilson Combat? CZ? Okay. I don't know. Full disclosure, I've only shot one CZ. And I think it was a CZ75. And it was my buddy's. And it was good. It shot kind of like a 1911. A little bit different, but it felt kind of like a 1911. Not trying to say that's bad. I'm just saying. There's a reason I don't own a 1911. One, I don't want to spend the money on a decent one. I'm not going to buy a Tisas. Tisas is a piece of shit. Yeah. What do I like more? I don't have Glock or M&P. I have PSA daggers, which are Glock 3 clones, but Glock Gen 3 clones. But what I like more, and again, people think this is a cop out, but I like what you can afford. Whatever you own already, or whatever you can afford to go buy and practice with and buy ammo for, not worry about tricking it out to be super sexy, awesome, ultra tactical John Rambo style gun, but just one that you can go and just drive nails with. That's my favorite gun for everybody. That's the gun I recommend. Whatever you can afford to protect yourself, to practice with, to become proficient with, so that then you learn those basic skills and then you can expand out from there. Like it doesn't do you, like, there are people that will say, and you'll see them in my comments, you'll see them if you're on YouTube, if you're on Facebook, or you're on Instagram threads, or Instagram, or X, you'll see I have people that just dog on me, that they look at this, they hear that I only go shoot once a month, and they say, oh, you know, you're wasting your time, you only go shoot once a month because it's going to ruin your firearms. Like, no, I have 3 teenagers, I have a mortgage, I have 2 jobs that I get paid for. One of them's part-time with the military. I have 2 jobs that I don't get paid for. One of them's my home business. The other one's my YouTube profile and business that I'm trying, brand that I'm trying to build. Like, I'm freaking busy, and I don't have time to go shoot all the time. So I try to maximize it, and I set a budget. I say, okay, here's my budget for the month to go shoot guns, and I maximize on that time. Sometimes I shoot some of my guns more than others because that's what ammo I can budget in to get the most out of it. So I try to do the best that I can. And anybody who's going to give you any type of hate for being fiscally minded, because it doesn't do you any good to own a gun and then not afford to buy food. Like, don't get me wrong, I love guns, I love the Second Amendment, but I also have a family, and food and bills and insurance and gas and all that comes before guns. That's why I try to budget in enough to stockpile a little bit and then go shoot. Yeah, gas pedals are cool, Steve. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes they are. Whiskey, sometimes they are. If you guys are, I think most everybody's familiar with like a gas pedal, but like I don't have gas pedals on mine because it's just not my style. I know there are plenty of people that like that's what they do. I think that's more of a competition thing. I know that there are advantages to it. It's just not for me. I'd rather, depending on what it is. Exactly, Marcus. So, no, that's cool. Dude, that's awesome. If you can afford to do competitions, and if they provide the ammo, and that's a way for you to incorporate some training. What's my opinion on the bar machine gun? I think the bar is amazing. Okay, so anything that Browning built, I'm going to say is good. Jonathan Moses Browning is one of my relatives. All right? So, if it has Browning attached to it, it could be the dumbest thing that he ever invented, and I'll be like, oh, it's amazing. I will 100% shill that. Jonathan Moses Browning is like, he's like an uncle, or he's one of my grandfathers. I can't remember what it is. I've got it on my, like, because I grew up Mormon. Not practicing right now, but that doesn't mean I hate Mormons. Just want to make sure that everybody knows that. I'm not going to talk shit about them. I'll make fun of them a little bit, but I'm not going to talk shit about them. I have, like, their genealogy. I have a genealogy account, and I can trace back. And I can't remember if it's, like, if it's an uncle or not. I know that his dad is one of my grandfathers. So, he's either an uncle or he's a grandfather of some kind. But, yeah. Hands down, the M2 is the most important contribution by Jonathan Moses Browning to the firearm world. I'll die on that hill. It's more important than the high power or the 1911. Some people will disagree. I guarantee you there's been more good that has come to this world because of the M2 and because of the 1911. Half the chat's gonna leave. They're gonna be like, I'm unsubscribing. F you. Okay, sorry. Stay hydrated, everybody. You had a misfire with your 22 and it went through your shoulder? Like, with a pistol or with a rifle? I think this is actually a mega gulp. I can't remember. Excuse me. Did you, like, turn it to check it and it... I'm trying to like picture what it is, how that happened. Obviously, like, the 22 had a misfire. No. I don't think I shoot my AR like that either. You running auto internet background? Auto internet. I don't know what auto internet is. And I'm a network engineer. I'm running in the background. I'm running my, that's my ASMR video. It's all these guns. It's all those guns being, their actions being whatever. It's me just running the actions. It's 9 hours of that. I have like a 5-minute video of it, and then I just used an editing tool, and I duplicated it up to 9 hours. And I made it a video, and it's an ASMR video. It actually does okay. It doesn't do bad. So, if you ever want just some sweet reloading, I also have one of all my rifles shooting, if you want to listen to that. If you like shooting ASMR, that's usually what I do when I go to bed. I'll turn that on for the overnight, because I leave my stream on overnight for people to look at the guns and chat, and I look in there and see if anybody had any cool ideas or questions. And then when I wake up in the morning, I say good morning to everybody, and then I end my stream. Ken, I'm starting to wonder if guns are something that your family should be doing. I'm a 2A absolutist. I believe everyone has the right to own a gun. I don't always believe that everyone has the intelligence to own a gun. Oh, Toted has the win for the profile pick. I'm gonna call it. He's got the profile pick win, guys. That is awesome. Chris Yoke got his first 1911 yesterday. Okay, what kind of 1911 did you get? Who'd you buy it from? There's this Zesty Baba Yaga. I want to know. to be shot once by accident as well, after multiple occasions on a man. Yes, see, oui, yes. Okay. Rock Island it sounds okay. Sounds like it was a good deal. It was a good deal. As long as it is not a thesis, then you are good. Steve, no you aren't. No, you are not curious about that. No. I think from a competition, like a USPSA. Competition, I think is what he did. No, that's cool. Actually, that's so I love you. Did I say I love you? I didn't mean to say that. I don't know why that Freudian slip. I was still thinking like the Zesty Fud, man. What I was gonna say was, so I really enjoy. I carry 9mm. That's almost exclusively what I have. But if I was gonna get I will say this: if I was gonna get like a super, like not like a compact or a subcompact, but if I was gonna get an ultra compact, like a really small, you've seen them. They're really tiny pistols. They're like that tall. Honestly, I would probably go with like, what is it, the 26? That's a 45 caliber, and you only get like 5 rounds, but it's a double stack 5 Glock. Like if you're gonna carry a subcompact, you're only gonna get 5 rounds. Make it 45. If you're only gonna carry 5 rounds and you want it to be just a tiny pistol, make it 45. So what did I do with my awesome profile pic? I don't know who you are besides Sneck. I think you might be somebody else. No, that's good. Oh, okay. Well, welcome. I wasn't sure if you were actually new. Hi, I'm just going to call you Mo. I'm assuming that your name might be Mohammed. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be racist. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I have some buddies from Afghanistan. I say buddies, but acquaintances from Afghanistan that were in the Afghan military, and they all go by Mo because their name's Mohammed. So, what's the one... It is a very common name. What's the 45? That's a real. It's like short and tiny. It's like Bintka. Bintka is what that is translated. Thank you, Steve. Cool. Welcome to my channel, Bintka. Thank you, Chris. We all of us. We all know at some point. Someone is going to, they're going to fantasize about the size of our micro penises. So, we all know the difference between us and the people that complain about us having guns is that everyone has a micro penis. We just also have guns. It's fine. It's cool. That's true. I did. I actually had somebody they subscribed to my channel and they were talking about things and it sounded like they were kind of making a joke, and so then I made a joke, and they're like, "Oh, that's really funny," and he said something else, and I was like, "Yeah, I mean, we're all micro penis dudes, just that we have guns." And he's like, "Dude, don't make jokes about people's penis." And I was like, "I guess I struck a chord." It's not that I like 45. I don't have a problem with 45. I prefer 9mm. But if I was going to carry like an ultra compact. Like, I've seen really, really small, because, like, I don't think my micro dagger is actually that small. Okay. That's fair, too. I don't know if they make. Look, I will go get the bananas and make everybody feel bad. And I mean the bananas for my video. I still have them upstairs. Nobody's eating them. I think they're all afraid of like getting caught eating the bananas. Everyone in my family is afraid to eat the bananas because I think they're afraid to be caught putting one of those in their mouth. If you haven't seen the banana video, you should definitely consider going and checking out the banana video. It's definitely worth giving a look. Repo, I think you've seen. Big Mr. A, welcome. I like it. Dude, LCPs are fine. I have friends with an LCP. Yeah, just go look up WTF. It's so big on mine, and you will find the banana video. I promise you. And then you will come back and you're gonna be like, okay, well I feel emasculated now. LC9 is great. Big Mr. A. Again, Joey, how's it going? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the show. I'll stand by what I've said. Whatever you can afford and whatever you like to shoot is the best thing that you can have at this point in time. Can you get... No? You can absolutely have a faux can. You can't have something that is enclosed. If the only opening is the diameter or of a certain diameter for the round to escape your rifle, then or your pistol, then that's a different story. But they make like sound devices, sound mitigating devices that don't that direct sound in one area. So it's not truly like a suppressor, it's more like a concentrated sound insert. Big Mr. A, that's what I have. I have all three of PSA's polymer pistols. Yeah, if depending on the state that you're in, Big Mr. A, you can print a suppressor. That's awesome. PSA exists for one goal, and that's to put a firearm in the hands of every red-blooded American, and I think that's great. Could they maybe improve a little bit on their quality control? Yeah, probably. That's fine, but I would say that I live by the 80-20 rule. If 80% of what they're doing is right, if you're getting 80% of what you want, it's probably a good deal. So I like it, Repo. Yeah, go look it up. They make sound. They're called like sound directors. But Mr. A, like to give you an idea, I have 3 PSA daggers and I haven't had any problems with them. Do it. It's super inexpensive. It's good. So like you start to get into the realm of thank you, Steve. I'm glad. I try to do these live streams at least 3 days a week. If it's a really busy week, it might only be 2 times, but I do live streams pretty often. This is how I get like my hourly views. I don't have enough subscribers and I don't get enough interest because YouTube doesn't like... YouTube can't control live streams except by the community guidelines. So I can't touch any of my guns on live stream. And that's fine. I understand the reasoning behind that. I don't necessarily completely agree with it, but I understand it. But I do live streams. I leave my live stream up all night in hopes that I get some. I would not recommend Temu accessories. No. You have to be old enough to buy an AR, which in most states is 18. That's it. You can order the parts. You go pick up the lower receiver from your FFL, and you can have everything else shipped to your house. That's it. What was I saying? But yeah, as far as like me working towards monetization and everything, this is where it comes from. It comes from you guys here on live chats coming in. Opinion on M60 Vietnam machine gun. Loud pew pews make go brr. I've never shot an M60. I've shot a 240, and I've shot a Modus. Thank you, Steve. Thanks for stopping by. Welcome to the show. Have a good time. Check out all my other stuff if you feel like it, especially if you want to probably pee your pants. I don't know if that's true. If you've been hydrated, then you might. It might happen. I hate you, oh no. I want you to know that. Like with the fire and love of 1,000 suns, I really don't like you right now. Everyone, say hi to Ono. He bought an HK MP5, like a full auto one or an SP5. It doesn't really matter. Either one is amazing. If it's an actual HK, if it's not like a clone. Don't get me wrong. Some of the clones that are out there are really good. Okay, so an SP5 still. If it's an actual legit HK SP5, you have, hands down, you have the best machine pistol on the planet. That's it. Bar none. Full stop. Like, the MP5, the SP5 and MP5 is the standard that all, like, subguns like this aim to hit. I respectfully disagree. I am a cybersecurity policy writer. I'm a nerd. I do IT stuff. I use computers, guys. I have computers. I think Scar 17 is a good firearm. I think Scar 17 is a good firearm. I think it's very overpriced. I think it's overpriced for a reason. But I think that I think it's a very well engineered rifle. I feel kind of bad that it didn't take off for the military. I think it would have been cool. I woke in the oil field as a mechanic. Nice. You probably make more than me. I haven't shot an AUG. I've seen an AUG in action, and my experience with AUGs is they either work or they don't. People either love it or they hate it. I love the 5.7. The 5.7. That was actually a question somebody asked me. If I get any pistol right now, I would want an FN 5.7. But why? Oh, it's Yukon. It's Yukon the buddy. I enjoyed your video about the getaway time for spring break with the family and it turning into a honeydew list, buddy. I feel you. I feel you. That's what I did all last week. That was one of my live streams, was tearing up the carpet in my 11-year-old's bedroom. Opinion on the MP40. Like the OG MP40? It's cool. Oh, you make $4,500 monthly but want to get out of it and make videos? Okay, I lied. I do make more than you. I don't know. I think we're buddies. I think so. I hope so. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I think it's a cool piece of history, but it I think there's other guns that are more practical. I think I think the grease gun is cool, and it looks cool, but I don't know that I would own one just to own it. It would probably I would take it out and shoot it every once in a while, but I think you would have to I've heard that the MP40 is so high maintenance that it almost kind of loses its appeal. I've heard the same thing about Thompsons, about Tommy guns. That they're cool and they're nostalgic, but they're actually kind of complicated and they require quite a bit of maintenance. What's my favorite 12 gauge shell? I like wax shells. You can't buy those. You can do a YouTube search on wax shells. That's all I'm gonna say. Correct, Xavier. Excellent. Excellent mindset. I like it. Wait, Yukon, why what? What did I? What are we buying? Did your wife ask you to do something? Did you type why, but you meant you were expressing it to us, but you didn't say anything out loud? What's my EDC? I rotate 3 pistols for my EDC. You do, right there. It's a Marinko. Jamal, I have 3 PSA daggers, so I have the full size, so the equivalent of a Glock 17. I have the equivalent of a Glock 19 and an equivalent to a Glock 43X. PSA is actually kind of trying to do that. I think the M1 Garand is awesome. If you can find one that's in good condition for a decent price. Okay, that's a good subject. Oh no, I don't own any binary triggers. I don't like binary triggers. I've shot them and I've shot full auto, and I am not gonna pretend substitute full auto with binary. I don't mind Canik. I used to carry Taurus, and my experience shooting Canik and shooting Taurus and looking at them up close, and I've seen a lot of them. I think that they're very similar, and I don't think that's a coincidence. Oh no, before you go buy a super safety, note that the currently super safety purchases are monitored by the ATF. One of the other YouTubers that comes here a lot, FV Ordnance, he's got a channel. He purchased one, and the ATF showed up and asked for it, so he gave it to them. Oh, gotcha, Yukon, gotcha. 45 Schofield. I've heard of 45 Schofield. That's a modification to you can get a separate barrel for a 45, and it's a specific round. It's pretty hot from what I understand, if I remember right. Is that correct, Yukon? I think 380's great for like a smaller carry gun. I think 380 can be great. If you're within 10 feet, 380 is going to do everything you need it to do. I think the guns are built. I sometimes carry a Pez dispenser in a gray bag, like a gray shoulder bag, that I carry in the front. It has 3 zippers on it. Sometimes my Pez dispenser is in a gray shoulder bag, kind of like that, for off-body carry. Sometimes. Like if I'm carrying like a gray shoulder bag, there's a good chance that there's potentially a Pez dispenser in it. With like 40 pieces of Pez. Okay. Okay, I was thinking of something different. I know that there's a company out there, he makes like specialized rounds for 9mm. It's like a modified 9mm and a modified 45, and it's really, really hot ammo. You have to get like the ammo from them and the barrel from them, but you don't need any other like modifications done to your gun. You just put the barrel in. But it's kind of neat. But it's also kind of expensive. What's my opinion on the Deagle? Where's J-Dog? I think the Deagle is a really cool flex piece. I've not shot 8.6 Blackout, but I imagine that it's beautiful. I've shot a lot of 300 Blackout. My understanding is that it's basically 300 Blackout with more. All of your AR-15s are 300 Blackout. Jaylee, I respect that, but I would maybe suggest having at least one 5.56, because if shit hits the fan, it's going to be a lot easier to fight 5.56 and 2.23 than it is to find 300 Blackout, because everybody that has a 300 Blackout is going to go after that. I acquired a genuine AK-74 with an AK-12 parts kit installed at a gun show for about 7. That's cool, Sentoku. That's cool. AR or AK? AR. Not that I don't... Okay, that works. That works, Jaylee. I retract. Not that I don't love my AK, but if we're being practical, unless you're in Europe, and even then, you're going to be better suited. If there was a shit hit the fan situation, you're going to be better suited for a 5.56 AR. You're going to find more parts for it. You're going to find more tools for it. It's going to be easier to replace. You're going to find it's just going to be a better overall, I think, long-term investment. AK-47 will run forever. 100%. I'm not even saying that an AR runs better than an AK. I think an AK will run under worse conditions. I think that... Wait, Jamal, what... Sorry, I want to make sure. Jamal, what was the... A lot of people have been telling me not to purchase what firearm? I missed something, sorry. But kind of going back, I think that pretty much everybody... Okay. I think you're fine. I think you're fine getting a P320. Here's my take on the P320. I've shot P320s probably more than most people unless they own one. Because I'm in the military and I shoot the M17 and the M18. So, I've shot them enough to know that even with all the big groups of people that I've been with, I've never seen one fail. Doesn't mean that they don't have fails. Okay, Ken. It doesn't mean that they don't fail. SKSs are cool. If you can get a good deal on one, get an SKS. Go for it. Ammo's kind of hard to find, but it's cool to have one. It's kind of like the AK. But I also think that they get a bad rap, and I think most of the issues with them have been, especially the more recent, like, serial numbers on them, I think that it's mostly user error. So that's my opinion from someone who has shot them a lot but doesn't own one. That's really cool, Ken. I know that they've got a lot of very good Sentoku. There's a reason it's still being sold, and there's a reason that SIG stands by it. That's fair, Jaylee. No, 100%, Jaylee. I think also it's very internal. Jamal, have you shot one yet? Have you gone out to a range and rented one and shot it? I would recommend doing that. Before you just buy one, I know that there's a lot of them that are on sale. There's a reason they're all on sale. I get the feeling that outside of the M17 and M18, I think that in the very near future, you're probably not going to see the regular P320 or the P320X. I think SIG is going to slowly convert to only making and selling the M17 and M18. I have an AR-10. Right there. Mine's not chambered in 308 or 7.62 by 5.1. Mine's chambered in 6.5 Creedmoor. I love my AR-10. It's great. So, yeah, that's what mine is. Mine's an Anderson. Mine's an ATI. I think it's solid. I kind of prefer. I kind of prefer. I kind of prefer Aero Precision over ATI over Anderson, but I think Anderson's a good first build. I also think Bear Creek Arsenal. If you're building your first or buying your first AR, I would say go with what is most friendly to your budget, because you're probably unless your budget is I'm going to go buy a Daniel Defense, but you're asking me about an Anderson. Then go for it, Jamal. If you like it, go for it. It's a Marlin. It's a Marlin with the barrel magazine, with the tube magazine. Yeah. So Ken, I grew up in Alaska, and that's what I shot. That was the handgun that I learned to shoot handguns with. In that order, I would say Arrow. I think ATI and Diamondback is a toss-up. And I think you could put PSA and Bear Creek in there, in the same thing. At one time, that FN manufactured AR, M16, whatever, was probably a really good rifle. By the time you used it, depending on when you got in, it was probably garbage. I don't know of any military rifle that's actually had its barrel replaced. I don't think they actually do. I don't own a 10 millimeter right now. I used to own a 10 millimeter. I loved my 10 millimeter when I had it. So, yeah, that's what I mean. Jay Lee's making a good point. So start on the lower end, learn what works for you, and then build up. Like, I don't intend on buying a whole new AR anytime soon to replace this one. If it starts shooting poorly, and I know it's not my sight, if I look and the barrel's starting to go, I'm probably just gonna buy a new barrel for it and improve the barrel. Because everything, hot take, and nobody's gonna like it, outside of your barrel and maybe your gas system, most ARs are the same shit. It's all 70-75 or 60-61 aluminum. All right, it's all milled. It's like all those manufacturers, unless they're buying solid blocks of aluminum, and even then, it's probably the same aluminum mill that they're getting everything from. So outside of the barrel, and maybe the trigger, like you can change the bolt carrier group, you can change your trigger. Like a gas system, maybe your gas block, but the tube's a freaking tube. If you've got a gas system. Pistons is a little different if you have a short stroke or long stroke piston system. Opinion on 308's great. If you want to get a 308 AR-10, go for it. I don't. I have a 6.5 Creedmoor because at the time it was cheaper to buy a 6.5 Creedmoor up it, honestly, and because that was kind of shoved down my throat as a super awesome round. It is, don't get me wrong. Yeah. 450's cool. That's cool. I agree, Sentoku. Yeah, you could buy an inexpensive AR. You could go out and buy a $300 AR that's on sale on Black Friday from Bear Creek or Sportsman's Warehouse, wherever the hell they have one for 300. I guarantee you on Black Friday there's gonna be a 300 AR, $300 AR. There always is. Shoot it to your heart's content, and then go buy a new $300 or $400 barrel. That's a really good barrel, and you're set. You're set for another 5,000 rounds. I do conceal carry. I conceal carry every day. In fact, it's a theme on my channel that's in every single description. I say carry every day and always carry around in the chamber. That's like my motto. My motto is carry every day and always carry around in the chamber. I have not shot the base 365. I run Glock variants, SFL. I run a Glock variant. I have a Pez dispenser, Mr. A. It's a Pez dispenser. It's a wireless hole puncher. It is a remote plasma extractor. I'm in Utah. For everybody, sorry Jamal, I hope this doesn't come across as like I'm making a joke here, but if you're ever wondered, I like to set really low expectations. So I do things like, say I'm below average, and I put Utah in my name so that people know. Like, I try to make sure. I've been in the military for 20 years, so I need to make sure that I am operating at the lowest common denominator. So, again, Jamal, that isn't a dig at you. That's a dig at everybody else. Thank you. I appreciate it. I love being in the military, and I've loved being in the military. I've been in the military for almost 20 years. My dad was in for 23. My grandfather was in for 16. My great-grandfather was in for 10. And I believe my great-great-grandfather was also in the military. And I believe his father was in the military. Military is a long-running thing in my family. So, thank you. Thanks, Ken. I'm glad you're having a good time. Not a rapper. Welcome to the channel, bud. What are you if you're not a rapper? Khalil Kurdi, jail. No, I've never been in jail. I've been to a jail. I wasn't taken there. I went there of my own choice to help somebody out. Been in the military long enough, you've probably gotten somebody out of jail at some point or another. Khalil, what made you think jail? Oh, cool, Sentoku. It's a wireless hole puncher. It's a remote plasma extractor. It's a Pez dispenser. It's a lead Pez dispenser. Show us what's in the bag. No. Is that not going to happen, Reef? No. Oh, that's cool. I was at Keesler in Biloxi, Mississippi, and so we'd go to New Orleans a lot. And I always felt a little naked without having a concealed carry at the time, because I lived in a constitutional carry state that didn't offer courses anymore. So that's cool, Jamal. That's cool. Dude, I love hearing about people's family. Like, I love hearing all the little ways that, that 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon that people have. I have, like, Army, Air Force, Marines. Like, we're all a little different, but we all have some kind of connection. I think people have a lot more in common than anybody wants to admit. Are they fake? I mean, the cartoon-looking ones are definitely fake. They're as fake as you want them to be, but they're also as real as you want them to be, Jared. Are the Pez's made of lead or is it the dispenser? Yes. It's definitely the Pez's. I don't know that I would trust a Pez dispenser made of lead. That's cool. My dad was a pilot and his name was Dover. You do. Right there, it's a Marlin. That's cool, dude. That's cool, Dewey. That's really cool. I'm in. I've been in almost 20 years. I will never tell someone not to join the military. Never tell someone not to join the military. And the reason that is because it's going to be what you make of it. If you want to serve the military, to have that experience, to gain those skills, and to and just have an experience, like to have that camaraderie. There is something about being in the military, even with people that you don't like, because there's going to be people that you just don't get along with. But later, Jared. Thanks. That's awesome, bud. Come back sometime. We do live streams a couple times a week, and I put out content like 4 or 5 times a day. I put out shorts. But yeah, Rapper. If it's something you're interested in, like any recruiter is gonna be like, oh yeah, let's sign you up. But like honestly, I'll tell you, it's the first 6 to 12 weeks is gonna be a psychological mind game. But after that, it's what you choose to make of it. If you want it to be a terrible experience, that's probably what it will be. If you go into it thinking that it's going to be this oppressive, like not valuable time in your life, that's what it will end up being. But if you go into it with an open mind saying, I want them to teach me how to find the better version of myself, or how to hone the version of myself that I know I can be, dude, you're going to love it. Same, I agree, college is the same way. Maybe a little bit less violent. Thanks, Jamal, I appreciate that, bud. I love when Yes. Yes, the baby will do that, Yukon. You have kids already. You know this. You forgot, didn't you? You forgot. It's cool. You forgot. It really is. Like it doesn't matter what branch it is. Sentoku's kind of right. Thank you, Ken. I'm glad that I'm your friend. I like being everybody's friend. Even if we never meet in real life, I'll be your friend. It really is like this strange group of people with different backgrounds, and it's kind of like a fraternity, and there's drinking and there's violence and there's like super politically incorrect stuff, and like you're going to be offended, but it's like everybody's offended, and you're also going to be psychologically drained and you're going to be traumatized, but you are going to build bonds with people that you're going to be like, I would do anything for that person. I would literally do anything. There are people that I despise that I have worked with, and if they called me or messaged me, I would be like, what do you need? I think you're a piece of crap. What do you need? I have worked blue collar jobs. I don't anymore. I work a white collar job now. But I spent 6 years. I spent 2 years deployed with the Army in a joint Army Air Force mission. I spent 7 years fixing jets in the Air Force. And then when I finished my schooling, I started doing IT stuff because that's what I went into. I wanted to fly jets, but that didn't work out, obviously. But I work with pilots a lot, and it's really cool. Here in Utah, I work with F-35 guys a lot, and they're really cool guys. And I grew up. My dad was a pilot, so. You were a crew chief? I was a 135 crew chief, tankers. So, and thanks, Ono. Peace to you. Thanks, Dewey. I appreciate it. I'm glad that my shorts made their way. I kind of think that my shorts don't always go the way that I want, but I'm glad that you fell. That I'm glad you fell for my trap. No, I appreciate it. Thanks for sticking around. I like Pete. I happened to see his video one day when he was trying to fix his GoPro because it wasn't working, and I was like, oh, I'm an IT guy. I'll help you with that. So, yeah, it's I like Pete a lot. You know, we interact on our lives back and forth after I shut mine down, and he's a good guy. He's good people. I like it, and he's helped me with some of my YouTube stuff. He's giving me some good advice on my YouTube stuff. Go to bed, man. You don't have to stick around. I won't hold anything against you. I tell that people all the time. Yeah, dude. Like in today, people don't realize like there's a lot of questions. There's people that are worried about the economy, things like that. You can be like 45. You can be 45 years old, and you can seriously just you can go into a recruiter, and you're gonna get paid. It's basically trade school. It's paid trade school. You have to deal with getting yelled at and treated like crap and psychologically effed with for 8 weeks, 8 to 12 weeks, depending on which branch of service you're in. And depending on how well you score on your ASVAB, then you might have more say than you realize. You might not just be put into the bullet catching group. Okay, I use that term very loosely and sarcastically. All right. And they're going to train you. They're going to pay you a decent wage. They're going to pay for your housing. They're going to pay for your insurance. You're going to get paid to stay physically fit and to either shoot guns or be a mechanic or be an IT engineer or something gay, like admin and filing paperwork. You might even get to be a cook. Dude, one of my buddies, my cousin, okay, my cousin is in the Army. He's a colonel. He just took like brigade command. He started as a cook in the Army. He is now a colonel. All right? He was a private too. And now he is a full bird colonel and a commander. All right? He is an amazing story. And it's because he put his mind to it. He didn't actually think he was going to stay. He was just going to go to college. But he started getting into shape, went to college, graduated. He was encouraged to go green to gold. He went green to gold. And his career has been really well. He's, I would not be surprised if he makes general officer. He is an amazing guy. He did not go to West Point. My brother-in-law teaches at West Point right now. He's a captain. Amazing man. I love him. I love my brother-in-law. He's been good to my sister, and he's been good to my nephews. They're a blended family, and he's a good man. Teaches at West Point. Very smart. Loves being an infantry guy. He was a Screaming Eagle for a while. Really good dude. Love him to death. I hope he progresses well. I would love to see him make lieutenant colonel or colonel. I could see him. I can see him pretty easily making, if he keeps his nose clean, and he has. I could see him making lieutenant colonel. That's cool. I didn't know that, Jaylee. Super fuzz. I'd rather be a cook than I would, at least a cook. Like you can go and find. There is like a path to potentially make pretty decent money or be a business owner and use that as a practical skill. Oh, that's cool. 938's a pretty cool. As a cook, you can do that with admin. I don't know many people that, the only people I know that like admin are other admin people, and I have had good admin folks that I've worked with before that I really care about, but for the most part, I don't really. What's my take? I think Ukraine is going to be what it is. I think unless, like, it's fine. It's not necessarily my favorite rifle round. 338 Winchester Magnum. Ken, 338 Winchester Magnum. Here's my take on Ukraine. Until Zelensky and Ukraine are willing to let Western nations go in and start investing in some of the. Thanks, Raphael. I'm everybody that if you're leaving, like I totally get it. I'm not taking that as a sign that you thought it was Borschchiger. No, that's a 22. It's a Marlin. Borschchiger. I like it, Jay Lee. I think that unless Zelensky starts letting countries, they can invest in like some of the rare earth metals and minerals and some of that stuff. I think until there's like actual Western countries, they're developing and trying to rebuild their infrastructure, I don't think Russia's going to play by any rules. They haven't played by the rules. The only rule they've kept, which actually shows quite a bit of restraint, is that they haven't done anything using tactical weapons yet. So they haven't used any type of nukes. Which, if, like being in the military, I understand a lot about their doctrine. I understand a lot more than other people because of some of the things I have privy to. They have shown a lot more restraint. They've shown a lot more restraint than you would expect. People view that as a sign that they're not capable of doing more, and that's not the case. I think they're just showing restraint because right now they're winning a war of attrition. The U.S. and NATO and everything, it's water. Repo, it's water tonight. The U.S., NATO, everything, they could increase all of their spending back to the highest that it was, and Ukraine still can't win that. The only way it's going to win is through negotiation. So that I think that until some things change about the way that Ukraine is handling negotiations and policy and litigation, like all that, I don't think there's going to be a lot of change there. China, on the other hand, Taiwan, that's probably going to happen in a couple years. I don't think there's a way to avoid that. China's been building up their military. They have said that they want to do it. They said that they're going to do it. Hey, Simba, if you're off, good night, man. Hey, so that's the thing, like, kind of he's... Yeah, he's kind of not wrong. Like, the places that he's gone and his justification for going in and conducting his special military drills or whatever, and saying, like, these people are historically Russian, he's not wrong. I'm not saying he's right in his justification. What I'm saying is the stuff he's saying isn't untrue. It's just not, it's flawed. It's a flawed message. If he were to say at one point these people were part of Russia, kind of, because they were part of the USSR, and so that's why a lot of them speak Russian, that genetically they're Russian and not more Eastern or more Western European and towards the Middle East. But yeah, it's interesting the way that he does it. That's always been his thing. Putin's been very interested in rebuilding and trying to make Russia more like the USSR was, without going completely full-blown communism. I think he kind of took some cues from the way that China was operating and decided that's a good idea. But obviously, the U.S. and Western countries have caught on to the way that China's doing things, and so we're trying to stop what's going on. I've probably got about another 20 minutes in me before I'm going to try to go to bed, guys. But I'm going to leave my stream up, and I'll set up my guns, and you guys can look at them, and you guys can check out what I have. That's my guns being reloaded over and over. I have a 9-hour MSMR guns loading video, and I just played it in the background of all my videos, my live streams. I do that, or I do my guns shooting. I have a 10-hour guns shooting. I figured, why not? There's people out there that are into gun sound ASMR. It's kind of like white noise. So, yeah, I think people caught on to the way that China does things, and so they're trying to, like, to a degree, Russia's trying to play the same game, but we've put a lot more blocks in place to prevent that from really progressing. I think it was a little too late with China. They're really good at stealing proprietary information, and well, there isn't any ground to get involved with with China. They're just, yeah. Correct, Ammo. Well. How are you, good sir? With China, with Indo-PACOM, which is what the region's called, like military, from a military perspective, there's lots of islands, but the hardest part is going to be, like, China is very capable when it comes to remote war. They have lots of, hey, what's going on, gun? They have lots of missiles. They're not even like, they don't even have to be like really super accurate, really good missiles. They're just cruise missiles, and so they've been stockpiling. We know that they've been stockpiling. It's open, like it's out there just on Google. You can check and see. They have a lot of missiles, and so it's just about. It's about. In this case, it's not. It really is quantity over quality. They can launch way more missiles than potentially we can shoot down. Like, and so it's learning how to be really light mobile. We almost are going to have to, like, doctrine-wise, we almost have to approach things the way that we did during World War II with China. And that's probably what a war with China is going to look like, is it's going to kind of look like what it was with Japan. The difference is that we have a lot more allies than we do enemies. There's China and North Korea, but I think North Korea is going to probably stay pretty uninvolved. They might get into a conventional shooting match with South Korea, but I don't think it will get too bad with South Korea if North Korea gets involved. I just don't think North Korea has the assets. I think they're spending a lot of their assets in Russia right now. Israel, what about Israel? I would like you to ask a very direct question, Ammo. I think Israel has a right to exist. I think we're in a pretty okay place, Rapper. I would say that based on what we've seen Israel do with Iron Dome, and their Iron Dome is based off of technology that we helped them build, which is based off of technology that we've had for a while. I think that we're doing okay. I'll say that. That's, if Rapper, if you want to have a really, really good understanding, kind of, and breakdown of where this is, because I'm not an air defense guy, not in the traditional sense. Like, I understand it, and I have some situational awareness about it. But if you want to get a really good, unclassified understanding of it, go check out Habitual Line Crosser. Habitual Line Crosser, that's what he does. He's a radar and air defense guy for the Army. He knows way more about that shit than I do. I know a lot about weapon system capabilities, but most of that I can't talk about. We have cool weapons. I can say that. He's also got the luxury of, because he talks about being, yeah. You're gonna get canned anyways. You're here on your official Ammo Alchemist site. You're just talking to me, and it's gonna affect your YouTube. They're gonna go shut down your YouTube channel because you're on mine. And you're like, I'm sorry. That's such a dick thing to say, but it's there's a little bit of accuracy to it. I understand gunshots. Yeah, because like I've had a lot of experience with weapon systems and things like that. It's gonna be 70 degrees this week, dude. Dewey. 70 degrees all this week here in Utah. It's nice. So, it doesn't get too cold, I don't think. I mean, but I grew up in Alaska, so nothing is really cold to me. Yeah, because of some of the things I've had experience with, like I don't have the luxury of no, you're good, no. I just don't have the luxury of talking about things the same way he can. Yeah. But I'll say we've got cool stuff, and there's lots of things that we're capable of doing. And so I feel confident that if something bad does happen with either of the nations you've mentioned, I feel confident that we'll be able to take care of the homeland. I feel you, gunshots. I feel you, gunshots, dude. I lived in Maricopa. I told you. I lived in the city of Maricopa out in Pinal County. I'm not a fan of 118 degrees at 2 o'clock in the morning. People talk about like it's a dry heat, it's a humid heat. You want to know a secret? Once it gets over 110 degrees, it's just fucking hot. It's just hot. It's not pleasant. It doesn't matter if it's humid or if it's dry. When it's over 110, it hurts to breathe. That was my F word for the night. I mean, I lived in eastern Idaho for a while, and that's cold and windy. Who in history is portrayed as a villain but is actually a hero? Okay, hot take. Robert E. Lee. There's people that are gonna get mad that I said Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee chose to fight for the South because he was from Virginia, and because his family was in Virginia. My understanding, and I've read some books about him, and I've read books about the other generals. Lincoln asked Robert E. Lee to lead the Confederate Army before he asked Grant. Before he asked Ulysses S. Grant, he asked Robert E. Lee to lead the Union Army. That's how much Lincoln trusted and believed in Robert E. Lee. And had Robert E. Lee not been the leader of the Confederate Army, probably there would have been more deaths on both sides in the North and the South. There would have probably been 2 to 3 times as many Americans killed during the Civil War. But because you have Robert E. Lee and Ulysses S. Grant, they were both, neither one of them wanted that war. They were fighting the war because of kind of just the situation that they were in. But I think that there's rumor and there's even a lot of conjecture that exists that they confided a lot of things in each other and spoke to each other and did everything they could to spare as many American lives as possible. And that is a powerful thing, because that's even, you can go, if you've ever seen some of the videos on like Funker 350. If you haven't gone to Funker 350's website, go check that out. He has a lot of raw video of the Ukraine and Russian war. You can see some of these hand-to-hand fights, and they are extremely graphic and extremely disturbing. So if you get queasy about like actual, like no joke, not simulated, like you're gonna see people actually kill each other. But if you want to see kind of even though they're like bitter rival enemies to the death because of they're on opposite sides, but just an almost brotherly respect and love as a warrior that two individuals can have for one another, that's kind of what I picture Robert E. Lee and Ulysses S. Grant. But it will give you, like, it will really, the kind of the reason that I suggest that everyone watch one of those videos is because it's not a movie, it's real. And then everybody that's like advocating, like, oh, we need to keep fighting so that Ukraine can be free. It's like, why don't you go watch what these guys on both sides are going through, and then tell me that you think that we need to keep fighting? Why are we not trying everything we can to end the fighting? And I don't mean by killing more of the other side. I mean like finding some way to negotiate a peace. Funker, Funker 350. Funker 350. You can also watch his videos on X. He posts a lot. Funker 350. That's what I mean, is they have rapper. That's what I'm saying. It is a way to still see some real world stuff. More humanized, because they do have, there is quite a bit of, because they all carry, like a lot of the guys carry GoPros, or they have like remote video feeds, and you see some of these guys get into like shooting at each other, and like the adrenaline, and so you're missing, because some of them are using like World War II style weapons, like firearms, or they run out of ammo because everybody's running out of ammo, and so it comes down to like a hand-to-hand fight, or like hand-to-hand, and one dude's got a grenade, and you can watch that, and see these guys. Yeah, kind of the way drone warfare has changed things, like that almost makes it too fake. And don't get me wrong, like I've done cyber operations, and like I won't tell you all the circumstances, but I have watched a lot of aerial strikes, like very graphic aerial strikes, and then the drone thing is almost too video game. But yeah, Funker 350, he's got some, it's either Funker 350 or Funker 530. I think it's 350 though. You can go to that site, and you can see some of these hand-to-hand situations, and it just makes you realize, okay, I don't agree. You probably, if you're like me, you don't agree with a lot of things on both sides. You agree with some things on one side, but then you also recognize that the guys that are on the ground doing this, Zelensky's not fighting on the ground. Putin's not fighting on the ground. Most of his generals on both sides aren't fighting on the ground. It's regular fucking dudes that are doing the fighting. It's guys with families. It's on the Russian side, it's convicts. It's guys that have committed crimes. Some of them really horrible crimes. some of them just Funker 530. Thanks, Run Gun. I knew it was one of those two. I was pretty sure that if you Googled one of the two numbers, it would take you to the website anyways. But like conscripts that are prisoners, like some of those dudes are in jail because they stole bread for their family, and then they get thrown into the front line, or get told, "Hey, if you survive the front line, then we're gonna make." They've done the same thing with North Korea and Syria and Houthi. I'm not. It is a lot of mercenaries on both sides, and that's what I mean. Is like, but it's mercenaries that are also conscripts from other nations or from prisons or from college, and it's like probably Michael. Yeah, and it's just you. That's what I mean. Like when people say that, like when I hear people talk about how I'm a gun guy and I just want to see people die, and I just, I've got a tiny wiener and I just compensate, and it's like, yeah, well, I've been in war and I've seen up close in ways that you'll never see. Like the stuff that you get that's on that is pretty raw, and I can tell you I've seen much worse. Much, much worse. I know what it looks like when like a missile or something, like a Hellfire, I know what it looks like when that hits a target, but it doesn't detonate. It's not pretty. Alright? I can safely say that I've seen bodies look like a hot dog that's been split down the middle. Okay? It's graphic. It's not pretty. But what I mean is, like, I abhor violence and death and stuff. I think it's necessary at times. I very much cherish peace. That's why when people say, well, then you should just... Thank you, T. Yeah. So, I'm very much I am a firm believer in that a peaceful person, a peaceful man, a peaceful woman is someone who has training and tools and weapons, who knows how to use them, who has the mindset, who is at any moment can flip a switch and become the most violent, horrific person that you can imagine. Okay? Because when it comes to defending my family, and it comes to defending my rights and my neighbors and my loved ones, like, I will be a demon to protect the things that I cherish, including peace. So, like, not to sound biblical, but woe unto the person that tries to threaten my peace. I have played airsoft. I don't have airsoft stuff. I usually just rent it when I go because I don't go very often. But I think airsoft is a great way to practice for real-world firearm usage. It's a great way to build good skills and habits that are helpful and good fundamentals. It's really good. Oh, that's cool. Everybody go check out Apex Fire Team. Go check out his stuff. Oh, this is I gotta look at it from. Sorry, I gotta click on your name from my other account. Yeah. I like it. Looks cool. Everybody go subscribe to Apex Fire Team. Go subscribe to Apex Fire Team. No, 100%, Dewey. 100% airsoft is great. Airsoft is a great way to learn and practice fundamentals. And to do dry fire. It's wonderful. I tell people all the time, It's way cheaper to do. Dude, that's a cool thing. I really like 9mm, but my favorite caliber handgun, my favorite handgun caliber is 5.7. Then it's 10mm. Then it's 9mm. Then it's 45. So 5.7, 10mm, 9mm, 45. Then probably like 44 Magnum. Then probably 380, then 357, then like 50 AE. Fuck 500 Smith & Wesson. Apex, the run gun, I think 32 has its place. I think it's kind of run its course. I think there's better calibers that are out there. I think it's interesting, Dewey. I haven't shot one. I think it's interesting. That's what I'll say. I don't know. I'm still kind of on the fence about it. I'm not a huge fan of the stripper clip method. I know that there are people that say it's really reliable. I like magazines. I put 45 gap in with like 40 Smith & Wesson. .57 is amazing, dude. Dude, there's some really cool videos. Go do some Google searches or YouTube searches on 5.7 ballistics gel performance. 5.7 is really, really cool. What's going on, Blake? Welcome to the channel, buddy. Oh man, I lost a like. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, it came back. So and this is awesome. We've averaged like right around 30 to 40. I'm carrying a long range lead Pez dispenser. Dirty Kid. I feel like that sounds familiar. Goose, we've had this discussion. 20 gauge is perfectly fine. I haven't. I'll have to check that out. 20 gauge is perfectly fine, man. Go get a semi-auto 20 gauge. You'll be great. You've been reloading shot shells, and I've made 825. That is a lot of rounds, Ken. It's not quite as powerful as 12 gauge, but it could if I didn't know how to handle the Pez dispenser. Yakking Vet, welcome. Josiah, welcome. Oh, you were here. You were here earlier. Sorry. I just realized, I was like, wait, you were here. So Josiah, I have all three of PSA's polymer dagger. I have the subcompact, I have the micro, I have the Glock 19 version, the compact dagger, and I have the 17 version, just the full size PSA dagger. If the NFA wasn't a thing, I would EDC a sawed-off. I think if the NFA wasn't a thing, there would be a lot less crime because lots of people would own like actual real effective firearms, and people would think very, very dearly before they ever decided to do something stupid. Hello, Colin. Maximilian P. My buddy has a 22 pump without the octagon barrel. I've been trying to get it for years, but he won't come off it. I get it. want to hear your thoughts also on home defense and SBR. I think 223 is a great 223 and 556. If you go with like a 76 grain, I think that is a great home defense round. I think AK-47 is probably not a great, like 7.62 by 3.9, probably not a great round for home defense. I think you are always going to have over penetration. If you get the right kind of ammo, like a lighter ammo, and you hit your target with 223, you're not going to have over penetration. The other advantage is that it'll go through thicker clothing. It'll go through most body armor that people are going to have. I don't, Josiah. I've shot them before. I've shot regular Glocks before, and I honestly, I feel like it's a marginal difference. And I've put some extra parts into them. By the time, here's the thing: if you're going to do what most Glock people do, and you're going to replace parts, why not just start with a lower costing platform to begin with? It's a 120, so it's the civilian version of the 1200 Ranger. So the 1200 was the police version. This is the Ranger version. So this one's got a little bit longer barrel, but it's essentially the same shotgun with a longer barrel. So actually, if you guys haven't seen it, go check out Garand Thumb. Garand Thumb did a best caliber firearm for home defense, and they built a series of sheetrock walls to code. And then, who's Garand Thumb? Run Gun? I know you're joking. Go watch that, and he will. He shows a bunch of different calibers and why maybe shotgun isn't always the best thing if you're not like proficient with it. Why 7.62 isn't the best thing, or maybe even 300 blackout for home defense isn't the best thing, and why maybe 5.56 is probably one of the best rounds. Oh yeah, my next shotgun's going to be a Benelli clone. 100% I'm going to get a Benelli clone. And a couple Shadow Systems. Shadow Systems are nice. I've shot a couple of, I've shot an MR920. So there you go, both shotties. Apex get a Glock 43X. Someone said they make shot shells. Yeah, it's Ken. Ken is making shot shells. It made sense in World War II because it wasn't up close shooting. Like we just come off of World War I. Like if you think about it, World War I ended less than 20 years from World War II. Like World War II was a foregone thing. It was going to happen. 300 Black is good. I just know they talked about how if you're not going to go subsonic and you're not going to go a lighter grain on 300, it's worth looking into just doing 5.56 because you're probably going to get over pen. Shotties are great breech guns. Now, if you have a shotgun and you have wax shells or wax slugs, you should definitely look into that if you're not familiar with it. I'm not going to tell you what it is, just that they exist. You should definitely consider that. It's a nice... Dude, if you want to get the 43X, do it. If you are going to change some of the parts in it, maybe look at, like what I have, the PSA Dagger Micro. I paid less than $450, and I got a really good deal. Now, I bought all three at once, so technically I paid more than $450 because I bought 3 guns. But I built all 3 of them. That's fair, Goose. That's fair. And the C1 has the comp on it. I think you can get the C1 for pretty close to what you're talking about. That's actually, so one of the things, once, if I can find someone who does ammo, Tauruses are great too. Yakking Vet. Apex, Tauruses are really good. I used to EDC a Taurus. It's great. I EDC'd their old, the G2C, but I did the 24/7 version of it, which is like a modified PT-111. It was great. I think Jay Lee said he had a P365, if he's still on. You don't need any of that extra shit that Run Gun just said. You need a holster and ammo and the firearm, and you just need to practice. I would stay away from Tesis. I'm not a fan of Tesis 1911s. Not familiar enough with Gerson. I liked my G2C, my 24/7. Isaac, just get a Glock 19. Get what you can afford to buy now. If you want to just get one now, get what you can afford to buy, to get the holster for it and ammo so that you can, and a couple extra mags so that you can go be proficient. I am not the right person to ask about expensive guns, Dewey, because I'm getting to the point that I'm almost anti expensive guns, because I feel like there's a whole culture within the gun. Oh, what's going on, J-Dog? What's going on? Oh, you are into expensive guns, yeah. I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying you were sad, and I was gonna do my index and talk, see what's going on. I'm sure they are. I just I feel like there's this whole culture. So I've said before, there's gun culture and there's 2A culture. In my videos, I'm very much just a gun culture guy. What's the most R&D contract gun? Oh, definitely that freaking 14-pound. There was like a 14 or 16-pound like M16 replacement that wasn't quite an M16 replacement, but it also shot like, it basically shot exploding shotgun shells. It was cool. It was really cool. And then somebody's like, hey, wait a second, those are exploding shells. That's against the Geneva Conventions. And then we shut it down. We spent so much money on that thing. It was called like the XM17, I think. Said no one ever, Ken Boss. That's not what she said. Yeah. Something like that. I can't remember, but it was pretty crazy. It looked straight out of like Starship Troopers, but then it shot like exploding slugs. So, yeah, everybody that's been like a subscriber to my channel has been around, for basically since the beginning. They know that I am very much a value-driven person. I'm never going to I won't tell you to not buy an expensive gun. If it's in your budget, freaking go buy the expensive gun. There's a reason it's expensive. That's what mine is. This is a CYA. This empty holster. CYA. It works. It fits my dagger really well. And the fact that they make one specifically for the dagger, that's... How's it going? How's it going, Prep Father? But, yeah, I've said one of the things I really want to do. Hey, Jillian, what's going on from the Philippines? Yeah. And that's what I say. I tell people all the time, I'm never going to tell you, don't buy the expensive gun. I'm always going to tell you, buy what's in your budget, buy what makes you happy, and buy what you can afford to become proficient. If that means buying a less expensive gun so you can get more ammo and a couple more mags and practice more, I think that's the better idea. But I'm never going to tell you what to do. I'm just going to tell you my experience and my take. I'm a pretty practical person. You guys can watch some of the videos of me practicing. I'm not a perfect speed drill guy. I practice so that I can get better, but I also practice so that I can be smooth. I'm not trying to draw in like 1 second flat and then get shots off. Like I'm probably gonna take a little more time than that. Yes, Josiah, you should definitely buy a high point. I will 100% tell somebody, yes, platinum. I couldn't remember what it was called, if it was the XM17 or the XM25. 100%, I will never tell someone not to buy a high point. I'm going to buy my son a high point. That's going to be his first pistol when he turns 18, which is going to be later this year. It'll be mine until he's old enough to take possession of it, but I'm going to buy him a YC9, a legit YC9. Not a lot, Apex. You can probably find a high point for under $200. Isaac's going to tell you not to buy a high point. Now, magazine-wise, their magazines are kind of hit and miss. They're stock magazines, but they have a really good warranty, and they're actually they're like their warranty service. They're really quick, so you can buy a couple of extra magazines, and then if they don't work, just send them in, and they'll send you brand new replacements. They won't even try to fix them; they'll just try to send you. And but yeah, if you can afford the high point, it might be worth looking at a Taurus, because I would say a Taurus is substantially better than a high point. I would say Glock Bush. I've shot enough Canics and enough Tauruses. I kind of think that Canic and Taurus, they're really similar to each other. There are some updates. There are some improvements on either side. There are some differences. But I think overall, the way that the pistols perform, maybe with the exception of the trigger, I think they're pretty similar. So I'm going to go Glock. That's awesome, Matt. Dude, I tell people all the time, I EDC to G2C. I used to EDC a G2C 24/7. So, I'm not a practicing member of the LDS faith, but I grew up LDS. I went on a mission. Thanks, Cook. Hi, bud. But I know a lot about it. I won't talk bad about the church. I disagree with some things about it, but I learned a lot about religion and about theology and about, Judeo-Christianism, so. Sure, Jillian. That's all you can see of the barrel. Now, if you want to see the hand guard and the shroud, then I can do that. Dagger defense for the win. Here's an up close of that ambidextrous charging handle I got, guys, from Delta Team Tactical. I got that for like $10. It was on sale. It's really great. I'm telling you guys, budget shopping can be fun. So, hey, it's 11:45, guys. I think I'm gonna turn the camera and I'm gonna get set up for the overnight. No, it's aluminum. Danny, what's going on? Delta Team Tactical. These charging handles from Delta Team Tactical, they go on sale for like 10, 20 bucks. They're good. They're Here's what I think. I think that Delta Team Tactical, I think they buy them off of a major manufacturer because they're very similar to a bigger brand. And I think they buy them directly from them, that they're blemished. And if they're extremely blemished, then they sell them as knockoff for very cheap. And it's like blind box. You can order them blind box. So you might get a gold one, you might get a purple one, you might get a red one, you might get a black one. Later, prepared. I'm getting ready to do the same thing. So, if you have ARs, whether it's an AR-10, an AR-15, or an AR pistol like this, Delta Team Tactical has some really great deals on parts. I've built a lot of my stuff from Delta Team Tactical's parts. All right, I'm going to turn my camera so I can get my overnight setup done, if you'll bear with me, guys. Holy cow, 54 watching still. And as always, I'm going to leave this stream up, so if you wonderful gentlemen and ladies, if there are any ladies in the chat, because sometimes there are, if you guys want to continue chatting and talk guns and do ideas and all kinds of stuff, I love it. I support it, and I want to be an advocate for that. I think that as a 2A brotherhood, a gun brotherhood, it's good for us to mingle and get to know each other and bounce ideas off each other, because we all have different experiences and different ways that we can grow and learn. And I think that's awesome. And I super support it. Oh, I did do a live. I just didn't do it for very long, Jillian. Thank you for coming and visiting us, Rapper. Welcome to the family. I look forward to seeing you again in the future. Many, many times, bud. I think the Kel-Tec Sub 2000, especially the new, it's Smith & Wesson that has the 10 millimeter one, don't they? That just did, kind of that pistol caliber carbine. I like Sub 2000s. I think they're really good. I don't know how I feel about Kel-Tec pistols, but I think some of their rifles, kind of like High Point. I don't hate High Point. I'll never tell someone not to buy High Point. It's not my first preferred weapon, and kind of the same thing with Kel-Tec, but I think some of their like pistol caliber carbines and little rifles, I think they're kind of unique and cool. Get our Snake Buddy mascot all set up. Hey, not a problem, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for coming around. Thanks for staying and chatting with us, being part of the team. You guys are more than welcome to continue. I leave my stream up all night, so you guys are more than welcome to be gun autistic people with each other all night. Talk, bounce ideas, talk about builds, talk about prices. My moderators can also point you towards our Discord and Instagram, X, Jamario, Diamondback Arms. I think they're good. I'm going to tell you a secret, Jamario. I do not know of a firearm that I would say, do not ever buy that firearm. Thanks, Apex. I appreciate it, man. Okay. Too far. Too far, Mr. Below Average Dad. There we go. That looks pretty good. Okay. Gentlemen. I shall. Thanks, Jillian. See that? That's the box. I got a really nice box. That's the box that red optic came in. That's how I know that it's actually a pretty decent quality. It wasn't just wrapped in a piece of plastic. It came in a legit foam box. It's nice. Dagger Defense, guys. Dagger Defense is good stuff. All right, everybody. Thank you. Everybody, don't forget, if you're going to stick around, hit the like button, maybe give me a subscribe, go check out my other stuff that I have. Have a good time. J-Dog, you're here. I don't know who else is here, but I'm going to let you talk to these guys. Answer their questions, and feel free. I'll kind of be on a little bit just in the chat. And yeah, if you guys want to stick around, feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Hit like, hit subscribe. J-Dog's one of my moderators. He's usually on for another hour or two, and he's more than happy to talk up a storm and answer questions if I'm not around. If my stream's ever up, usually one of my moderators is around, and at this point, my moderators, I trust them to answer questions as well as I can in terms of basic questions that you guys have for me. All right, love you guys. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Come on, buddy. Let's go. Shadow Company, what's going on? Good morning, sponsor. Guess I should do that. Friends. Hey, is anybody online? No, nobody's online. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and kill our stream.